Rexa versus Medivh.
Let the games begin. I'm acting on instinct.
It's gonna be a banger day is my expectation. Alright, what's this mage list look like? This mage list, he has no way to kill my stuff on one. Which means I can do this. I can also keep that. Because it's probably Intrepid into coin mount. Because he doesn't have any way to kill my stuff on one. I guess he has sorcerers, so that's fair. Beats this. Yeah, I think I just go for the doggy biscuit out. Yeah, because if you play sorceress on one, that's kind of bad for me.
Me tusk won't stop shuddering.
Like I said. I'm definitely using coin aggressively.
I moves quickly.
Let me work my magic. Magical.
Is that better than Demon Companion is the question. If he pings here, I mean, granted, if he pings here, that's pretty fine. I think I'm cool with that.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
It's a little upsetting that he just gets trade the draw.
The enemy mine is mine.
Or like wildfire ping it. Okay, yep. What is going off on Discord?
You can't stop this snowstorm.
Alrighty. Man's hand is pretty prime. Just have to get tempo back. Like, honestly, I probably just trade there, right? He's playing the 3-5 next turn. Oh, this was bad. He's a 28 on turn 4. Ugh. So I'm just looking to like Wrangler into Rhino. Is kind of
Foolish creature! Now you freeze!
Frost off those purely for tempo. Tempo good. Better than Rimling.
Hungry, aren't ya?
Have
Planets and stars! Power for the taking!
Probably. So that means I start with Rinlings. I put it here.
My quarry nears.
But I did get Ice Trap, and that's a big deal. Actually, I should just Intrepid Doggy Biscuit. That's. Is that better? Yeah, that's better, because it takes it out of trade range.
Let me work my magic.
Job's done.
Magical.
Played it. I also could have played Marshall Cub. Banger.
My quarry nears.
Mordresh is definitely active. Which means I'm taking 10.
I wonder.
So it's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I just don't have the burn for that. I don't know if I ever beat Mordresh though, is the issue.
I moves quickly.
Isn't that Viper, right? No. I guess him playing Mask on 8 over Mordresh does say that he doesn't have Mordresh.
The identity mine is mine.
Voila!
My quarry nears.
He has it, he has it. No way it's off the top! Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days, guys. Ah. What a fun game. That is some UJ Hearthstone luck right there. See it full force. It's a good time.
Rexa versus Goff.
What is this place? I'm acting on instinct.
On coin again, which is just dandy. I mean, like 2/3 of the time, this is okay. I don't know that it's ever great. Kept 2. Okay, we've got the Troggy biscuit combo.
The sea
Yup.
belongs to be its own treasure.
Is he on buffs? Oh, so you'd have to hear power a Trog. I think we just Trog coin biscuit next turn. Okay. Oh yeah, right. He does have AI.
its own treasure.
The iron divine is mine.
It's both druids of the race, so he at least doesn't have any to rush in, which is kind of nice. Sinking his whole board. Whoa, wait. Ah, good times. You'll love to see it. Oh, but you don't love to see hands like this. Actually, why don't I just do this? I'll do that. I'll trade. Seize board control. Next turn I've got a rifle. Got rifle into Kodobane. It's acceptable. Ooh, heavy hand, huh?
My quarry near.
I was looking for another ice trap. Wait a minute. When I froze his mask last game, he totally could have tested for ice trap, and he just didn't. Because he had devolving.
Want to know why they call me Kodobane?
Yeah, always lucky, better than much skill. Wait, why do I have the legend card back? Great. I mean, he has to double bump and that kills the guff. It's kind of a big deal. If only I had a board. Just remove something, play around Arbor.
My quarry near.
Just pick the other ice trap, because ice trap's a good card. I think I just put everything into one. No, I split it.
I moves quickly.
I think I actually split it really awkwardly. Play one is buff the big Whooper more, but then it's just like one owl
Must be the way.
and trade the 1/1. This way it at least leaves me with a little bit more board. 4 mana owl. 5 mana wolf. Yep. And just piercing the 4/5 and doggy play 1/1.
I wonder.
I doggy biscuit this. Then I trade here. And I doggy biscuit the Whooper Tinger specifically because I can Warsong Wrangler and get the other Tinger. I mean, I don't know if that
Look at the
really
tiny
matters,
turtles.
but. Okay.
easy.
Just sink stuff. So the question is, do I care about the peasant? Like, this is always happening. Yeah, I think I care about peasant. He could be a 9, but I have 12 on board. He needs a pretty specific hand to clear. I know he has Owl, but he also needs Oracle. Or Best in Shell.
Look at the tiny turtles.
Yep. Good hand. Good hand. Meanwhile, I get this. This is the card that I get. Not that. That goes there. Goes there. I shield this.
Probably.
That way it is very difficult for him to kill. This goes there. And I think I do double trade.
Moves quickly.
Oh, if one of these two cards that isn't this is Arbor up, I'm gonna be. I mean, granted, if any of these cards are Arbor up, I'm pretty upset.
I'm looking for a few.
So you
good
pick a
ones.
5, you shoot for buffs, which is basically just Arbor up. Someone nailed it. Ugh. Maybe I should just start saying best case scenario, right? Maybe I'm just speaking things into existence and I'm doing it all wrong.
Let me work my magic.
20, I'm dead to Arbor. If he had Arbor up in hand, I'm gonna be livid. Absolutely
This must be
livid.
the
There it
way.
is. Yep. At least play the other one. Thank you. Yup. So now against the Paladin, it's handlock.
Mecha Jaraxxus versus Uther.
I can pretty feasibly kill him before he kills me. The one time I want to be on coin, I'm not on coin. Oh, why did I choose this game to play? Chat, why didn't you warn me?
I cannot wait to read these.
So last month I laddered with this paladin deck for I don't know, probably 25 games, and I had probably like an 80% win rate with it, right? I was doing really well. I think I played Aldor on one twice out of 25 games. So yeah, that shows the consistency of Aldor on 1-1. Do I do that? Yeah, sure. Eh, 3. Nah, because next turn I can tap Null.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Okay. Tap, tap, tap. Sure, Null.
More bones to
It costs 1 yet, so I don't really care about him committing a buff if he wants to for some reason.
is mine.
I cannot wait to read these.
You have the other one too? The other Libro? Oh, that's a shame.
Reporting for duty.
I can tap and Nather on Null. It seems good.
You are defenders of a doom. More bones to gnaw.
I care.
I'm going to throw the book at you.
I can just Soul Rend touch. Soul Rend's
Computing.
never great in this matchup. This is probably a pretty good use of it. He doesn't have Penflinger, so he doesn't have. I mean, he has Broom, I guess, but he doesn't really have incremental ways to deal one. So I think it's just Soul Rend. What a dandy burn! Ah,
Here for the tour?
I'm losing my mind. Just nothing's going right. Anything that can possibly go wrong is going wrong.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
I'm losing my mind. Does he have Smite? Flare on Smite. He doesn't even run Smite. What are you doing? So I raised dead to try to hit another NACE daddy. Nailed it.
You are
there. Probably just also commit this.
Obviously, I never miss.
I guess that should have been on the far left, but it doesn't really matter.
The iron mine is mine.
I do love a good study session. I do love a good study session.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it, Kiefer. I can backfire. Okay. And then put there.
Killer.
Blood is my currency.
There. Trade.
Obviously,
Shoot
I
there.
never miss.
There. There. That.
You get accustomed to the smell.
Like
Shadow
Ah!
will not fall in vain.
Ah! This is the most tilted I've been at Hearthstone in a long time. And it's game 1.
I'm running out of time. Okay, so now we play stay off the board. We don't have lethal. No, I don't have lethal because of the weapon.
Must destroy.
Which means like I'm not really tapping for anything. I found most of my good cards. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess I can tour guide tap.
You here for the tour? Haven't heard of me?
Blood is my currency.
Do try to keep
Yep, I don't know why you wouldn't have that. That would be a shame. Top half of your deck I would hate to not have a single card that I needed. You know, it'd be like that. Also haven't hit Dreadlich Tamsin yet. Oh, there we go. There's the Dreadlich Tamsin. I think I tap
Destroy.
Tams and Shadow Blast. 4, 6. No, I can't play Tamsin yet.
Computing.
7, 8. Shadow Blast. Coil.
You get accustomed to the smell.
Yup.
I'm going to throw the book at you.
Saddle up!
So, I mean, I died a specifically top deck variant, but that's exactly what this guy's gonna draw because that's what's been happening all series. So, I have a way to kill that.
Must destroy.
Not really. I mean, 15, 26, 21, 23.
Destroy.
Yeah, I can kill it.
Dog eat dog.
So he has a handful of Librams, that 1/1, and whatever card he draws. I get 2-turned. 5, 6, 7, 8, plus whatever that is. As I do get 2-turned if I don't heal. I really get 2-turned.
Executing.
Yeah, just do this. Yeah. Well, he's not taking 7 though. Weapon.
Runs out.
You get accustomed to the smell.
May the light grant you peace.
I'm going to lose it. Wait a minute. No, he's dead, right? Draw 4 cards. I'm fatiguing for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he's dead. We're fine. Dreadlich Tamsin. He apparently doesn't know that he's dead, which is a shame. I needed either the taunt or bristleback to live. Oh man. Yep. I tap first. Damn
What you did to me.
it. JJ.
Wreak some havoc. Let's wreak some havoc. Let's wreak some havoc.
6. 7. Even in my sleep deprived state, I can still count. I can still do math. Epic. Game bugged.
Hold on to your mug. We're in for a wild night.
Oh, he also is bugged, I guess. Epic. Hmm? I don't care. I'll eat whatever. Well, So I got Face Hunter. Got Poison Rogue. Poison Rogue is a little better.
Valera versus Uther.
Stay in the shadows.
No Swine Tusk Shank. Bull Bully. Still no Swine Tusk Shank.
May the light grant you peace.
Really, it's not too heavy.
Just rip Paralytic. I'm sorry.
Without a
Guess I also could have daggered there. Re-daggered and Paralyticked. But I mean, if he's spending 2 mana on a buff, like, I don't care.
I cannot wait to read these.
The unending mine is mine.
Without a trace. So many options.
Like, I'm never clearing the Trogs, I don't think. I guess I could,
Without
feasibly.
a trace.
May the light grant you peace.
Ugh.
Reporting for duty.
Another happy guildie.
I wonder.
There's no point in daggering anything. I just sit.
The unending mine is mine.
Saving coin for scabs on 7.
Really, it's not too heavy.
He has 12. He needs 5 in buffs. That's like, it's not super feasible.
So many options.
Am I fine with taking this much damage? I have to get a weapon online.
I wonder. Too soon. Without a trace.
Like, if he somehow has 5 damage and buffs, fine. Like there's Carriel. Carriel puts me to 1.
Keep your enemies close and your shadows closer.
At 9.
My hand is too full.
It's a pretty okay burn. I mean, it's no like Libram of Hope, but not bad. The card that says taunt, and I'm happy to see it gone. Sure. Oh, so now the other one shows up?
Another happy guildie.
Paralytic. Shoot here.
Critical strike! Hear that sizzle? Slice and dice!
Another happy guildie. Really, it's not too heavy.
For the Alliance and my family.
Is mine.
I do love a good study session.
Another happy guildie.
Let's stab the 3/4. Four, 8, 11. Another 16, yeah. Just get rid of that.
Strike!
have to kill him next turn. Is that doable? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
I cannot wait to
Oh.
May the light grant you peace.
What law is it that says if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong? Newton's third law or something like that? Yeah, like basically Newton's third law. Oh. I'm losing it.
Slice and dice! Potions, flasks, BOE, I got it all.
What a series. Ah, good times.
Yep. Alrighty. Excuse me. Alright, welcome back everybody to the UJ Esports stream. Got some Hearthstone action for you today. We just finished round 1 a little bit ago. My name is Ark, joining casting this time, so you guys don't get to listen to Evan's wonderful voice anymore, so apologies for that. So, I'm going to be casting for the next few rounds here. Players are just getting started, trying to figure out their matchups here. The bracket is a little bit behind schedule, which is to be expected, but we're just about ready to get into things. Second round just became available, so while you're at it, I'm sure you've noticed we do have a QR code on stream right now. This is a QR code. It's a link to our eTeam sponsor. If you want to go ahead and give that a scan with your phone's camera, it'll bring you to a nice little website and ask you if you want to contribute to the UJ Esports team. Obviously, you don't have to, but any and all support is appreciated. We appreciate you guys just watching the stream, hanging out, and supporting the program in any way you can. So I'm going to kick it to just a short 2-minute break here. And then as soon as games get started, we'll transition in. We'll get back into some Hearthstone action. So sit tight. We'll be back in a minute. All right.
Rexa versus Nazoth.
So, we're going to go ahead and hop on into round 2 action here. We're going to get started by checking out a game with Clicky here. Looks like he's going to be playing a Face Hunter into some sort of Warlock variant. His opponent's name is Alan Dander. Good opening hand for Clicky as well. Hunter on the coin, though. Would prefer like a nice early start and being able to go first with this hand, but being on the coin, also not a bad situation for Clicky here. Demon Seed's just going to get played for the Warlock. And another 1-drop coming down for this Hunter here. So he's just going to dump a couple of 1-drops here and see if these repetitive minions can kind of stick a little bit of damage moving forward. Hearthstone meta is refined a little bit more every single day. Cult Neophyte played down for the Warlock. That's going to make those spells in the hand of Clicky just a little bit more expensive. Not that it matters too much here. Demon Companion's going to come down for the Hunter here. Those 1-drops are just going to click face, and they're going to sit tight. So decent card draw for the Hunter here, but it's going to have to start drawing into a little bit more threatening pieces here in the next few minutes. Tour guide's going to come down, just try and challenge this board a little bit. Can about imagine we'll see a 1-drop in combination with the 2-drop spell this turn. Orpeltinger looks like it's going to be the play here. Clicky evaluating his options. Just going to get a small buff onto this minion on board here. Opting to kind of hold on to some of the threats that he has in hand. It's going to push a little bit more damage face here. So this Hunter variant obviously wants to end the game very, very soon. Warlock doesn't really appreciate taking some of that extra damage with just having to life tap into some of their extra threats, but also has access to like a good amount of healing and stuff as well. So if the Hunter can kind of close out the game before those big healing threats come out for this Warlock, he'll be sitting in really good shape. Couple of small minions played down for the Warlock here. Orpeltinger played down here as well. Just going to opt to go for a trade here. Warlock with 1 minion on board. Hunter mounting some pressure. Nice 5-drop play coming in next turn as well. It's going to have access to a little bit more card draw and a little bit more resources and that sort of thing too. So Hunter appears to be in a pretty decent spot, but you know, Warlock can start drawing into some of their bigger threats here and deal with this board. And once Clicky's card draw is kind of stifled after playing this 5-drop, once the Warlock manages to burn him out of cards, it's going to be a pretty tough situation. But unfortunately, it looks like the Warlock might be having a little bit of trouble here trying to clear this board off. Music is not on. Sorry. Talking to myself just a little bit. Rope burning for Alan Dander here. Some action from the other side of things. Bridger is, or Bridge, might I say, is currently still waiting for his match to start. It looks like his opponent has yet to check in, so he might end up getting a forfeit win there. And Knightly Faye has just begun her game. She's playing a Demon Hunter into a regular Hunter, and it's a pretty even game over there as well. So Clicky is just going to push forward this damage here, and this Warlock already down to 5 HP. You can about imagine that he's going to be in a really good spot here. What is the play from the Warlock? Tamsin Rome is going to come out here, and this is where we're going to start stealing a little bit of HP back for the Warlock here, but with those 1/2s kind of duplicating themselves and adding that extra damage, this Drain Soul in combination with Touch of the Netherzim is going to give quite a bit of extra healing. Still opting not to kill those 1/2s, however. We see Warlock going all the way back up to 17 HP. Clicky with 10 damage on board. This might just be a lethal. And it appears that it will be here. That extra hero power damage combination with an extra 3 damage from hand is just going to represent exact lethal on board with 1 mana to spare. And Clicky off to a very good start in the series. It's going to take this first game and try and transition into the next one with a little bit of momentum. So while we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and check in with Knightly Faye here, who is deadlocked with this Hunter, and both players at extremely low health totals, and the Hunter looks like it's actually just going to take her out, so that's a bit unfortunate on that side. So Knightly Faye is going to drop the first game in her series. So hopefully she's able to bounce back from that. Clicky is transitioning back into his game, so we can go take a look there. Also, an update from another one of our players. Bridge's opponent failed to show, so he is going to get a 3-0 forfeit victory, which is good news for him. Unfortunate that he doesn't get to play and get like a little bit more experience here, but a win is a win. So we will bounce back and forth between Knightly Faye and Clicky here. Looks like Clicky's opponent will opt to go back to this Warlock variant here. Clicky favoring a Poison Rogue. So I believe this deck kind of thrives on drawing a couple key spells and shuffling multiple spells in combination with spell damage into his own deck. And then as those cards are drawn, this Warlock will take repetitive damage. So this might be a little bit more of a tempo-focused matchup for him, however. Just because of the heal that Warlock typically has, and Rogue is really going to favor some of that extra chip damage early on. So Clicky's just going to opt to weapon and pass here. Not a bad play. Going to save that charge for potentially clearing off some smaller minions. Cult Neophyte's going to come down. So Clicky not going to have access to playing as many spells this turn as he would probably like to, but a couple burned cards from both sides, and the Hero Portrait card burned from Clicky's side. That's definitely going to hurt just a little bit, but not totally the end of the world just yet. We will see how he responds to this. Looks like he's just going to start shuffling poison into the deck here. That Altar of Fire. Pretty poor result there for Clicky for sure. But a couple of big threats gone for the Warlock side as well. So, but I think that this Warlock probably doesn't care quite as much. Obviously, with Clicky being a combo deck, really wants to have a lot of those cards around when it gets to be the mid and late game. So, a couple of extra minions for the Warlock here now for Clicky to deal with. Looks like he's just going to drop a Deadly Poison, and at some point in the game, it depends on how. I mean, Rogue typically not a class that typically is able to heal some of that repetitive damage over time. So it'll be interesting to see how Clicky manages kind of his life total in this situation, whether or not he kind of wants to race with the Warlock and get some extra damage in. But him tanking 6 damage onto this weapon kind of suggests that the game plan is going to be just trying to pummel as much face damage home in as short a period of time as he can, because he realizes that the longer this game goes on, the more difficult it is for him to win. So I don't mind the play. Warlock down to 8 health already. All right. Clicky's opponent here going to tap down to just 6 HP here. It's going to fulfill that Demon Seed quest and deal 3 damage to the face in combination with a Flesh Giant here. However, Clicky with access to a very powerful weapon, that 3 extra damage from that Sinister Strike is just going to close this game out for him, though. So a very good showing so far in this series from Clicky. He is able to get 2 really quick wins here, and he's put his opponent on the back foot for game 3 coming up soon. So good job, good stuff to Clicky. Let's go ahead and check on in with Nightly Fae here, who appears to be doing quite well. This Paladin variant, which I'm guessing is a Libram style Paladin here. As you see the Libram of Hope come down, still one of the most broken cards I've seen in recent memory. Just that access to 8 heal plus an 8/8 taunt divine shield that protects your face even further. It's so good. Arbor Up though is going to come in for Nightly Fae. You might just tank 8 damage with the hero power here. Trade 2 minions away, and that should actually be enough for a lethal. I'm not sure if the weapon is going to deter some of that damage, however. Kind of some awkward trades here for Nightly Fae. Just going to clear this big minion off. Start dealing some extra damage to the face here. 2 damage now from each hit. So that weapon definitely keeping this Paladin still in the fight. Libram of Hope, again, would deter some more damage, but we will see if the Paladin has access to it. Looks like she's going to punch face just once. A little bit more of a discount as well. An Aldor Truth Seeker to boot, and for Knightly Fae, that should be enough damage here. Second Arbor up is going to come down. In combination with a couple more buffs. The face is probably just going to tank into this 5-drop here, and then each one of these minions is going to go face that 4 extra damage, or the 4 damage handicap rather, is going to do just fine for here. So Knightly Fae is going to even this series up 1-1. Let's check back in with Clicky here, who is currently up 2 games to none. Playing a Warlock into this Rogue variant. I'm guessing this Rogue variant is either super aggressive or is a poison variant, just as Clicky had as well. So, Secret Passage coming out for the Rogue immediately. Doesn't really like the cards that he has. Already 6 damage on that weapon. You see that this Rogue kind of favoring the same kind of playstyle that Clicky had favored the game before here. Trying to just tank that weapon damage early on. 6 damage going to go into the face here. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will leave the stream on Clicky here, and I will be back in 2 seconds. Alrighty, I have returned. Appears that things did not quite go in favor of Clicky this last time around. So you'll reset to game 4. Knightly Fae in a pretty close battle against Paladin once again, but looks like she's faltering just a little bit here. Libram of Hope came down in that game as well, so going to be pretty tough for her to come back from that. She might drop 2 games to 1 in the series, so a bit of an uphill climb for her in the near future. Card draw as well. Meanwhile, Clicky with a pretty threatening board here against this Druid. Stubborn Suspect gonna come down here. A lot of damage here for Clicky though. Not sure if there's quite a lethal setup here. But we can about imagine that 14 damage is going to come into the face here anyway. Favoring the life tap here. Second Flesh Giant's going to come down. Druid typically not really good with single target removal now that things like Naturalize and stuff are gone. So pretty threatening board here. This could likely be Alan Dander's last turn to kind of make something happen here. Facing down 2 Flesh Giants. So much damage. 22 just on board for the Warlock here. Lightning Bloom's going to come down, give access to 2 extra mana crystals this turn. Although 2 seems like it might not quite be enough here. But Yogg Saron is definitely going to be the mon that does it. Oh, it's actually not active, but Double Strongman's going to come down here. So the Flesh Giants can trade up evenly, which still leaves about 3 damage, but we see this Rush Minion come down in combination with Mortal Coil. And just like that, Clicky is going to take his second series here. 3 games to 1. So a nice bounce back for him from the first round. And we shall see how the rest of his day goes. But good stuff to Clicky there. Let's check back in with Knightly Fae, who is currently down 2 games to 1 in her series. Playing this Hunter. Warlock, though, tapping itself down to just 15. Gonna get a little extra chip damage onto that minion. Hunter, very good at dealing damage, but this shot here is actually gonna deal an extra 5 damage to the face. And then all of a sudden, this student's gonna pump in another 3. So Warlock already down to 7 HP on just turn 4. Seems to be a bit of a precarious spot for them. However, that lifesteal is going to mitigate a lot of that pressure right away. Another lifesteal minion comes down. Wrangler's going to come down. Trampling Rhino. Obviously a very, very strong card. It's also pretty important that this 3/3 can't value trade the 3/4. So at the very most, we'll probably see a trade here in combination with maybe a Drain Soul. Yep, okay. So 14 health now, but this Rhino is going to come down and deal an extra 6 damage to the face here. Also going to give access to that Divine Shield. Preserve a little bit more of that life total. Would maybe like to have seen that after the trade, since it's taking an extra 1 damage already, just to kind of preserve that shield on the Rhino. However, it might not be the end of the world here. Hunter with access to some good damage from hand overall. And see, that shield would have been very, very important there. That would have just presented lethal, actually. Three damage to the face with another shot. And now Nightly Fae is just going to have to hold on to the fact that there isn't going to be much more healing from the Warlock. They're going to go up to 9 HP now with that armor total. However, it's going to get 3 extra damage off of that demon there. Anyway, Nightly Fae is going to deal 3 damage to face here. Unfortunate that she chose to pop that Divine Shield onto her Rhino to trade last turn rather than trying to preserve it, which would have just presented lethal on the board, pending that the Warlock didn't have any other answers to deal with it. So now she finds herself in a pretty difficult situation here. Warlock just at 6 HP though. But Nightly Fae in top deck mode with just 2 minions that are more than likely getting cleared off here. So an unfortunate swing in the series. And we know that once Hunter starts to lose kind of their momentum, they don't have a whole lot of access to card draw and some other value things towards the late game here. So I can about imagine the Warlock's just going to be on a steady incline here, trying to just clear off minions, get that repetitive chip damage in. And that ramming mount is unfortunately not going to be an impactful draw there. So lethal just presented on board for the Warlock. So unfortunately, Nightly Fae is going to lose this series 1 game to 3. Still plenty of Hearthstone left to be played today, though. So we will be back into things relatively soon. Next round is slotted to begin, I believe, at 2:30. However, we are a bit behind schedule, so we can plan for about 2:45-ish. So we're going to kick it back to a break here. I'm going to show you guys this wonderful new graphic. And again, if you guys want to, go ahead and check out that QR code. Just bring your phone up to your screen, kind of scan that barcode with your phone's camera. It'll bring you to a website, bringing you to the UJ Esports Team sponsor page, where you can choose to donate to the team and help support the program. You're by no means obligated to, but we appreciate any and all support, and we just appreciate you guys being here, watching the stream, and supporting the team that way as well. So we will kick it to a break here. I'm going to take a little break as well, and we will be back with some more Hearthstone action in probably 20-30 minutes. Thanks for watching. We'll see you then. Alrighty, everybody. Hello and welcome back. Sorry for the extended break. The tournament appears to be running behind schedule pretty consistently at this point. So we are just kind of chilling, waiting for for things to happen. But it appears that we actually have round 3 action beginning just now. Last game from last round just finished up. So we're gonna hop in here with Bridge to begin things, and we'll keep an eye on Clicky and Nightly Fae as time goes on. So Bridge favoring this Freeze Elemental Shaman and playing into what appears to be Priest, Warlock, and Demon Hunter. So he's going to get things started off against this Demon Hunter here. Not sure how the matchup typically plays out, but we shall see how it goes. A Whack-A-Null Hammer going to be shuffled into Bridge's deck here. Ice Revenant's going to come into play. Looks like Bridge is going to drop it down and get a freeze onto this 4/3. A second wind chill picked up is actually very, very solid. Is going to get that second freeze effect and draw a card. And is going to have access to another wind chill next turn. So that minion appears like it could stack pretty quickly. Already the turn passed back on over to Bridge. Another wind chill is going to come out. That minion already on turn 6. Sending out a nice solid 10, 11, 12, 13 now. Quite literally the dream here for Bridge. Wildpaw Cavern also in the hand. Plenty of options, plenty of pressure. Demon Hunter has access to some like pretty good removal for the most part, but I'm finding it hard to believe that this big minion's going to get cleared off, and Bridge with some extra firepower in the hand as well. It's going to make things a bit tough. Infinite weighing his options here. Taking his time, trying to find an out. And that appears that it is not quite going to do. And Bridge is going to take this first game in a pretty convincing fashion here. Which is going to be really, really cool. It appears that Faith is still actually has a bye this round. So for the second time now, UJ player is getting a little bit of a fortunate break here. So Nightly Fae is going to get a break after Bridge just got a forfeit victory last round. So we'll be bouncing back and forth between Clicky and Bridge. Clicky just getting started with his first game playing this Druid into Paladin. Stealth minion going to come out for Clicky. Nothing too crazy here for this Beast Druid. Druid typically has like aggro variants. Also is common to have you know, like bigger minion variants, but the Beast variant has also been something that has kind of hovered around the meta before in the past, but it really hasn't taken a foothold per se. So it'll be interesting to see how this deck shapes up here. It looks like it's a pretty solid list, and we'll see what Clicky is able to do with it. Without Pupil also coming down for the Paladin here. Power of the Wild also. Clicky appears to be on the back foot pretty early on here. See how he manages to deal with this pressure here. Couple of minions coming down. Clicky on the back foot a little bit here. Nothing too bad to worry about just yet, though. But you see these Librams start coming down for the Paladin here. And before long, those Librams are definitely going to stack up. And once those Libram of Hopes come down, it's going to be very, very difficult for Clicky to kind of chew through those. Couple of options here for Clicky as well. Thinking Druid of the Rear, Composting, or Oracle of Elune. All of them have their pretty decent uses. Decides to go with more of a draw-focused approach, trying to draw into maybe some bigger and better things as time goes on here. So Composting going to get picked up here. And Clicky's got to figure out how exactly he wants to make these trades while trying to preserve as much of his board as he possibly can. Roping at the end of the turn here, trying to just maybe think about some things that are, you know, feasible for him to do next turn. I think that a lot of Hearthstone players could actually benefit a lot from just kind of letting their turns play out just a little bit more towards the end. Because, I mean, whether or not you have your play made up is, you know, not always super significant. But, you know, if you can give yourself a little bit of extra time to kind of think about what you want to do within the next few turns, depending on what your opponent wants to work with here, I actually think that it could be quite effective just to take a little bit of that extra time and see what you can do with it for sure. Couple of options here. Many rush minions. Decent buffs here also. And now all of a sudden, Clicky appears to have taken momentum for the time being here. Lord Barov, however, is going to come out, and that's going to give access to like some pretty meaningful trades here. However, Paladin running out of some very big, like powerful cards here for the most part. So we'll see if they have access to kind of their late game threats here. Just a couple of trees here for Clicky. It's going to be in a war of attrition trying to fight for this board state here. Lots of decisions to be made. It's like he's just going to opt to go face here and hope for a very minuscule buffs on the side of the Paladin. I actually don't hate this play. I think that, you know, as Druid, if you're running kind of this aggressive token style deck, you're kind of on a turn counter to begin with. And once you get closer to the end of that turn timer, it gets to be a little bit on the tough side when you're starting to think about trades. So rather than try to win board state and go for maybe a late game play, it looks like Lucky's just going to kind of roll the dice here and see if he can end this game relatively quickly, which I think is probably the correct play. Again, we appreciate anybody and everyone that is here watching the stream today. Your support means a lot. If you want to, go ahead and check all over your browser page here. See if you have a Twitch Prime available. Twitch Prime allows you to link your Twitch account to your Amazon account, which gives you access to a free subscription every single month. So if you have one of those, please use it on at least someone. It doesn't have to be us, but support creators if you have the ability to. It does go a long way, and it means a lot to those that have the opportunity to kind of benefit from that. So we appreciate that. But of course, we also appreciate you guys watching the stream. And at the very least, you know, toss the stream a follow. We stream our competitions every single week, whether it be Hearthstone, Fortnite, Overwatch, Smash, a number of different other games as well. We also have run some 24-hour live streams and stuff in the past. So feel free to check those out. It's a really fun time, and we enjoy having the chat interaction. We enjoy having you guys here as often as we possibly can. So Clickie's unfortunately going to take a loss this game here. It appears that Bridge, I believe, won his second game as well, so he's up 2-0 in his series. So a little bit of a tough break there for Clicky, but still plenty of series left to be played for him. And I fully expect that he'll bounce back and be able to make a comeback here. Again, Knightly Faye was able to get a forfeit victory in her set. So she will be sitting comfortably before round 4. It's like Clicky's going to favor this Druid once more as well. Looks like we will see a Druid Mirror here, which could be pretty interesting, depending on the archetypes of the deck. I can about imagine that Clicky's list is different regardless if it's a mirror. But if this is maybe like a token style deck against, you know, more of a beast variant, it looks like this deck run by Clicky's opponent here kind of favors more of that beast token style as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the game progresses here and how both players kind of manage to manage their board state, especially in a token matchup. Being able to make value trades is super important. So whoever takes over the board first and early on is going to be at a very strong advantage here moving forward. Clicky with just a single 4-2 for the time being here, but has some pretty good access to some cards in hand, and his opponent already down to just 2 cards, so being able to fight off that early game, much more important than you would probably believe it would be. Also interesting to know that, players have access to each other's deck lists at any time here as well. So being able to see kind of what your opponent could maybe potentially draw into in these next couple of turns here could be something that's really important with how you play out the next few turns. But I can about imagine, oh, and wow, a punch onto the 4/1, plus the Guardian Og Merchant's going to come out here, and just a singular card in the opponent's hand now, and Clicky with 5 of his own. So he's going to have plenty of time to work with here, as long as this Druid does not draw into anything super impactful over the next couple of turns. Teacher's Pet. Actually a pretty good draw there. Going to give access to 3 random beasts upon death here. Clicky with good enough options to take this off the board as well here. It's like we're going to get a Panther out of the Power of the Wild here, which I actually agree with here. Getting a little bit, and actually Clicky is going to choose to pass, which I actually really, really like. Because now it forces the 4/5 to trade, and you can't get the impact from those 3 other minions being able to attack this turn as well. So it's definitely not that bad of a play. Composting is going to come down here though and give like that Druid some more opportunity to draw cards and get to more powerful turns. So a nice little turnaround from Clicky's opponent there to be able to kind of swing some momentum back into his favor. And now it's just going to be a matter of who wants to make the first trade and which player wants to kind of start taking the initiative here. And this just goes to prove that sometimes, taking the aggressive approach and making the trades yourself is not something that you necessarily have to do all the time. Couple of cards coming into the hand for Clicky. Nourish was an option there. However, Clicky likes the cards that he has in hand, wants to capitalize on those. Looks like he's going to value trade here, which I really, really like, and then just push face with the 3/2. So plenty of good things happening here for Clicky, and just wants to be able to hang on to whatever kind of a lead he can possess here. Both players at very similar life totals as well. I can about imagine that this match is going to be quite close towards the end. Clicky, however, going to surmount a very powerful board here. Going to be able to make a few different kinds of trades as well in combination with protection from those taunts. So as we said before, just trying to get that sticky board state and get ahead of your opponent and be able to make these value trades is what really makes the game. And you can see the 5/1 and the 6/1, regardless of the fact that they're at 1 HP now, are just like getting this repetitive value, and they're able to clear off the board from the other Druid. But you see another Teacher's Pet's going to come in here, a pretty decent draw. However, Clicky does have answers to deal with it. Value trades coming out here. Couple of cards drawn for Clicky as well. And now Clicky can be at the point here where he doesn't have to play super aggressive. Just needs to keep clearing the board. Could honestly get a little bit of chip damage face here, but I do enjoy the play where you're just kind of clearing off whatever you can. It's going to leave up that 2/1. Doesn't really represent a whole lot of problem for him, and he's going to take him down to just 1 HP. And Clicky in the driver's seat here. And telling one of his teammates that he totally didn't miss lethal. Granted, I don't know exactly how correct that is. I'm pretty sure that he actually just did it, but we can give him a hard time for it later for sure. But nonetheless, Clicky's going to get a victory here. Let's go ahead and pop on over to Bridge, who appears to be down, tied actually, in a game 5 scenario, perhaps. So he's playing this Face Hunter into, I believe, a Quest Priest is what it could be. Or it's potentially just a Control Priest as well. Priest, tries to play those like longer, gruely games. Have a lot of high value cards, a lot of things that can kind of impact the late game. So it's just a matter of surviving the early onslaught from this Hunter that'll be the key for the Priest in winning this matchup. So Bridge is going to have to find a lot of good ways to deal some early damage while trying to maintain his board over the course of the next few turns here. Opting to trade. A very interesting situation because now the priest can just heal their own minion and value trade off this 1/2. Perhaps a little bit of an error here from Bridge. We'll see if it impacts it, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Bridge is unfortunately going to get punished for the play that he just made there. Now all of a sudden only 3 cards in the hand, and Priest being able to heal every single turn could make this a bit difficult for him. Bless is going to come out here. And of course, those minions are going to start discounting the hand for the priest, and he's going to get so much value out of it. Already starting to duplicate some cards here. So Bridge on the back foot pretty early on, unfortunately. Bridge probably going to pop off the 1/1 here and smack a Rhino into it, I imagine. Go for an explosive trap here. Trap there was snap pick pretty early. You gotta wonder if maybe one of the other 2 options had some merit to it as well. I think it's probably worth, just taking a little bit of your time and kind of evaluating your options. But seemed pretty happy with his choice there to take explosive trap. Maybe so he can pop off the shield on this minion here, but it's growing larger and larger as time goes on. Priest creating a rather threatening board now. Gotta imagine that Bridge was a bit disappointed here. Don't think that there's any justifiable way that he can come back from this. He'll do his best, but quite the uphill battle here, especially now with Priest having a full hand to deal with. He's going to start with a palm reading. Holy Smite. Going to come out on to the 5-4 here, and at this point, you know, the Priest is in fairly autopilot mode. That Malagos is way too big for any of Bridge's minions here to stand a chance, and that is going to be the game there for the Priest. So we're going to go ahead and check back in with Clicky here, who's facing down a full board of minions with his Rogue here. Opting to chip some damage face. 12 damage there. Don't believe that Clicky is going to have enough damage to push forward the next couple of turns here before his life total is reduced to 0. So Druid just opting to go face here. Druid of the Reef is going to come down. Nice little taunt. Clicky down to just 6 HP. And so Bridge, unfortunately, going to fall in his series. 3 games to 2. Nightly Fae gets her bye from last round. Not sure if that was factored into the schedule or if it was just coincidence that maybe her opponent didn't show, but Clicky trying to see what he can work with here. A little bit more card draw, just trying to chip away at that life total for the Druid. So not totally impossible here, but still looking rather on the unfortunate side. 23 HP for Druid here. 12 damage represented on board. Clicky's going to vanish all of those minions back into the hand. My apologies for forgetting that hero actually does that. It's such a good effect, honestly. And all of a sudden, Clicky now with the momentum. The Druid can mount this board again, but it can't really do a whole lot. So effectively, Clicky might be in control now. Couple of taunt minions going to come down, though. Or just maybe a couple of 2-1s. Clicky already with 8 damage just to minion pressure on board. Plus the weapon as well. Deadly poison in hand. Gonna take 1 to the face here. Already 12 damage. Sinister Strike is going to make enough damage. 14 plus the Garrote here. Dealing 2 extra damage to the enemy hero. 6 damage here. Plus an extra 8 is going to be more than enough. And Clicky plays this one extremely well down the stretch here. And he's going to take this victory on the cusp of this hero portrait from the Rogue. So good stuff there to Clicky. I'm not sure if that's the last game in his series or not. We'll find out momentarily here. So Faith got a bye the last round. Bridge unfortunately dropped his series 3 games to 2. appears that Clicky either up 2-1, tied 2-2, up 2-0. I'm not sure exactly what the score of the series is, so I apologize, but definitely some good Hearthstone left to be played here in round 3. Again, this format consists of 6 rounds of Hearthstone, played typically every hour and 15 minutes. But, you know, whenever there's a set schedule, things tend to run a little bit differently. So we have been running a little bit behind. First round started at noon. Then we were supposed to go at 1:15, 2:30, 3:45, 5 o'clock, and 6:15, I believe. So at the conclusion of this set here, we'll have another small break depending on how long and how many other games are still yet to be played across the board in the bracket. And then we'll transition into the back half of the day here. So it gets to be a pretty long day for the competitors. 6 rounds of Hearthstone in a best-of-5 series. That's like a maximum or a bare minimum of at least 18 games of Hearthstone, which typically ends up being a lot of mental. It's a very big mental game, to say the least. Players towards the end of the day, maybe you're feeling just a little bit burnt out. Maybe you just feel like you've been playing for so long, and maybe you start making like little mistakes here and there. So towards the end of the day here, it's going to be really important for. It's going to be very important for players to really start honing in on their mental game a little bit and trying to make sure that burnout doesn't happen. So, Clicky, I'm going to drop this Rush Minion here, costing 1 less for each card in his hand. That Flesh Giant continuing to get discounted in his hand as well. Chip damage coming in from the Druid here. Tour Guide in play for the Warlock. Might not be a terrible play this turn. Also, have to keep in mind your life total. Druid has ways of doing burst damage pretty consistently here. Get a little bit of that extra healing, though. Clicky with a lone 2-1 now on his side of the field. Few buffs coming in to the board on the side of the Druid here. Going to have access to some new card draw. However, 2 Flesh Giants are going to be pretty impactful now. About imagine we'll see the Tour Guide come down in combination with the Hero Power. Then a couple of free Flesh Giants will definitely hash things out for Clickster here. Pardon me, the Flesh Giants being discounted to 1 now. And a full clear coming out here for Clicky. And a pretty menacing board now all of a sudden. for him here. 2 8/8s, very much a sticky minion when it comes to playing against Druid, like we talked about before. You know, where Druid just kind of has difficulty maybe taking rid of some of those big threats, but see Divine Shield coming out here. We're going to see a bump from this 1/1 for sure. We'll see how Clicky approaches the rest of this turn. Five damage coming out onto this entire board here from from Clicky, and then 16 sent upstairs, and all of a sudden with that taunt minion, things are looking very good. Just a teacher's pet coming down for the Druid here. It's going to have to get pretty lucky on those rolls, but I don't think that it's going to be enough regardless. He's just going to play out the rest of his hand here. That lifesteal damage, it's going to be just enough to take out that minion. And that 3/4 is definitely not going to cut it. So Clicky is going to cruise to another victory here. And I believe that should be the set. See GG's coming out from both players. So good stuff there from Clicky. He's going to take his set 3-1 after dropping the first game, wins 3 in a row. So good stuff there. So we're going to take another quick break here. Not sure exactly how long it's going to be before the next round starts, but we appreciate you guys for watching. We'll be back as soon as we can. Go ahead and give that QR code a nice little scan on your phone in the meantime. We'll see you in a few minutes. Hello. Hello, Charlos. Is not home yet. Yeah, we are actually just about ready here to hop on into round 4 of the day. By the way, Abso Charlos, thank you again for your 1 month tier 1, or actually 1 month, sorry, your tier 1 resubscription. 8-month sub, pretty awesome. Thanks, appreciate the support a lot, my guy. So we are just hanging out for the time being. We are waiting for the next round to get started here. It appears that our players are kind of just going through matchups, going through bans, so we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Alrighty here. So we're going to hop into some round 4 action here. Looks like we're going to pop in with Clicky here first. Is running a Face Hunter into some sort of Priest variant here. So we'll see what it is. Bridge and Nightly Fae waiting for their game as well. Good tempo out of the gate here for Clicky. Should be an interesting matchup. It's probably going to come down to, a few different little intricacies. Obviously, Priest, like we talked about before, very good at like promoting their late game strategies a lot and pretty good at healing some of this offset damage right away. So Clicky's going to have to try and find a way to get this board to stick early and often. And if he can do that, he might be able to punch a win through before turn 8 or 9. But anything past that, the Priest starts to swing the tempo back in his own favor. So we can definitely see the shield. Yep, okay, so we'll see the shield come down to preserve the life of this 6-3 here. And that's going to be some good damage to face. And the Priest already down to just 15 HP. Discovery being made from the Priest here. Bunch of small buffs coming in for Clicky as well. So slowly but surely trying to chip away at this life total. Clicky doing some quick math here. Trying to figure out what his plan is moving forward here. Could drop the 5-drop, but really just wants to focus on pushing that damage. Priest only having 6 mana. They're going to be able to heal some of that damage off, but I don't know if they're going to be able to heal enough of this pressure off from Clicky. We will see what happens. Clicky checking his deck list, trying to make sure that he knows what his outs are. And being at 7 HP is definitely not going to be enough. And Clicky's going to take an early 1-0 series lead, which is awesome to see. Let's go ahead and check in with Bridge here. Nightly Fae just getting started with her game, but Bridge already looks like he's doing some very good damage in this game. 27 HP to just 10 on the side of this Warlock. And Demonic Assault dropping down. Could prove to see that life total might not quite be super significant. 4 damage in hand. Looks like he's just going to tunnel it into the face here. An extra 4 here as well. Going to take 1 swing with the dagger down to just 2 HP now as this Warlock. Bridge looking for just a little bit more burn damage. Seeing if he can't push through the rest of what he needs here. Warlock sitting at 2 HP. 2 HP is not an insignificant life total, and this is actually a really solid play on behalf of Bridge here to put them down to that number of HP here. So, really good thing to mention here is that he won't be able to life tap, so no more extra card draw for this Warlock here, which is not insignificant at all. Gonna take a punch into that minion there. I would like to see him hang on to that weapon, but yeah. Oh well. Pardon me. Guess that the previous actions don't matter so much, and Bridge is going to take a game here as well. So the UJ squad off to a very solid head start here. Both Bridge and Clicky getting some victories. Let's see if Nightly Fae will be able to punch her ticket into the win column as well here. Undying Disciple coming out for the rogue here. Razor for Nightly Fae. Plenty of damage in hand. Gonna favor that hero power here. That nice new hero portrait. A couple of rush minions are gonna be able to take care of that 3/7 pretty easy. Also can use the face to clear off the 3/2, send the 1/1 upstairs. Debating on whether or not to trade here is going to favor it. And the rogue, actually this isn't too bad because the rogue is not going to want to use a dagger face to be able to take off this 4/1. So effectively they're going to have to use this trade themselves here. Punch to the face from 0 here. Stealth minions coming out for the rogue here. Up to 14 HP now. This game slipping away just a little bit here for Nightly Fae. Not totally out of the woods just yet, though. But it appears that Nightly Fae is just, the hero power is just good enough. So great start there for Nightly Fae as well. On the other side of things, Clicky is 1 HP away from securing victory in his match, and Bridge as well. We can check in with him. Looks to be in some pretty decent shape against this Priest matchup as well. Plenty to be done here. Damage to face. He's going to need more than that each turn, though, if he wants to threaten lethal in any capacity. Renew is going to give healing to the priest here, effectively at full HP. On the other side of things, Clicky has secured victory in game 2 of his set, which is awesome to see. So, no Abso Chorlos. Clicky did, in fact, survive. Bridge here. Trying to withstand this onslaught created by this priest here. Couple of cards coming back into his hand here, though. Ooh, and discovering copies of spells in the deck is definitely going to be super, super useful. Arbor Up coming into the hand this turn. So I think you Arbor Up first here. And then discover some more Arbor Ups, honestly. Power of the Wild, also a really good option for some buffs. Looks like he's going to snap pick this one. And he's going to send 9, 14 damage upstairs. Priest now. Little bit of a troublesome situation here for Empty Grin. Bridge doing very well here. Able to swing the game back in his favor after having a few stagnant turns, I would say. However, the priest still has plenty of decent options in hand for healing and some removal and some other stuff as well. So, that Condemn rank 2 is definitely going to clean up some of this damage. He's going to need to clean up even more than that, though. And Soul Mirror is going to come out and clean up the rest of this board here. But that is a very significant amount of resources gone from the priest. And Bridge has some pretty good access to some stuff in his hand now here, where he can play a few cards for very low cost. And he can choose to start buffing this board as well. Power of the Wild, another Arbor Up perhaps. We're going to see a Rush Minion come down. Power of the Wild and a Hero Power seems to be the correct play. Oh, it looks like he's just going to go all in here, actually. Go with a huge board buff. I will admit, I think this feels just a bit too overcommittal. One really successful clear from the priest here is going to clean up almost every threat that he has. And in the hand, only access to like a few cards for some more reload, but the priest having to use so many resources this last turn just to get themselves into a favorable position for this turn. Maybe Bridge feels confident that the priest doesn't have a correct answer, especially with deck lists and stuff being available. But Soulmere is obviously going to come out here, and that's not exactly going to clear up the board. It's going to clear up a few of these minions, 3 of them to be exact. And a Shadow Word Death to boot here. Couple of buffs. That in combination with Power of the Wild will enable some value trades here. I do like Nature Studies here for some potential more buffs or more discovery. Oh, Soul of the Forest seems quite good, but Lunar Eclipse also as well. Second Nature Studies coming into the hand. Would like to see that ripped first. Lunar Eclipse coming down. I think you can Nature Studies and still Hero Power here. Second buff here as well. It's not quite going to be enough for lethal. Bridge just tanking these buffs like crazy. And we're now back to a state where he's in a very decent position, but barring one clear from the priest here. Discovering a spell from the deck. So we know that the Soul Mirrors have come and gone. Also, an update on some other games. Nightly Faye dropped her game 2, so that series is currently at 1-1. And Clicky is currently in game 3 with a 2-0 lead, deadlocked with a priest. That condemn rank 2 going to come out again, and that is going to be pretty unfortunate here. More discoverability here. Nature studies. Survival of the fittest. Pretty interesting option there. I think the Arbor up play here into a Soul of the Forest. Okay, looks like he's just going to opt to go a different direction here. Deal 1 extra damage to face here. Would have loved to see the Soul of the Forest come down. That makes such a sticky board. And now if the board clear comes out here, Bridge does not have anything to reload that Soul of the Forest onto. So I think that was a little bit of a misplay there, but we'll see if the Priest has an answer here. Holy Smite coming down. Looks like the Priest is going to start expending some single target removal here. Hysteria is going to come out. That's Stealth Minion. And a Taunt as well. So now, Bridge with very little momentum here now. Hero Power is going to come out onto that Divine Shield Taunt Minion and a trade away. Bridge just trying so desperately to push for that extra damage that he needs. Each turn, the Priest getting more and more power, more strong. Stronger. Stronger and stronger still. Looks like over on the other side of things, looks like Clicky has finished up his series in a 3-0 victory, which is really nice to see from him. Nightly Faye just starting up what appears to be, I assume, game 4 of her series. I'm not sure how the previous game went. But Bridge here in a really tough position. Does not appear that he's going to be able to have enough to push through. And that Holy Nova will almost certainly seal the deal here for Empty Grin and his priest. See 4 damage coming in here for Bridge. It's just a little bit too late, though. Gift of Nehru coming down. It's all going through the motions now for the priest here. I don't think Bridge would have nearly any anything left to push forward this extra damage. I respect him playing it out, but there is seemingly no way for this to go his way at this point. Perhaps just gathering intel. So we will transition out of this game into a game with Knightly Fae here. Clicky. Now 3-1 on the day after dropping a pretty rough first set. So in a pretty good spot overall moving forward here. Knightly Fae in a pretty deadlocked matchup here, to be totally honest. 8-cost minion coming down here, I think, is what I saw on the card here. And that is going to be a Plagued Proto-Drake. So, fortunately enough for Knightly Fae, though, a couple of nice trades here. As long as she does her math correctly here, is just going to represent lethal. Couple of quick counting here. Trade there. 3 there. 3 there as well. And the rest face. So, Knightly Fae going to take this game. Very nice. Is that actually a 3-0 for her? It is. So, a very nice 3-0 victory for Knightly Fae as well. So, both Clicky and Knightly Fae getting 3-0 victories. Very quick sets. Very nice for both of them. Bridge, unfortunately, going to drop this game here. Appears that his series is tied 1-1 now. So we will continue to watch him and see how the rest of his series plays out here. Alrighty. So, checking in here. With Bridge, we're going to have a Shaman into a Druid matchup, which we just saw go in Knightly Fae's favor while she was playing the Druid. So we'll see if Bridge can kind of reverse that fortune here and swing victory back in his favor. Going up 2-1 in this series, super crucial. Gives you more than one chance to win with probably the deck that you're the least confident in, but it definitely depends. But some good options in the hand already. For Bridge, he's going to have to try and get ahead on board pretty early on against this Druid if he wants to give himself a nice chance here at maintaining pressure and getting a win here in Game 3. See Bridge coining out a 4-drop to get some meaningful buffs into his hand. That's going to give him very good tempo in the turns to come here. Barring any sort of very powerful turn here on the behalf of the Druid, but a Lightning Bloom into Wildheart Guff. It's going to have access to a max of 20 mana crystals as the game goes on. Can just hit that hero power every turn while he's not under like a significant amount of pressure. That leads me to believe that perhaps this is a more large mana big Druid as opposed to maybe a token variant, which I think is pretty cool. But Bridge mounting like some pretty easy pressure so far. He's going to have to keep flooding this board and kind of take advantage of Druid having some pretty subpar removal if he wants to keep up. Just 5 mana for Guff here, opting just to gain an extra mana crystal, but already facing down 11 damage on board here, plus potential damage and buffs from hand, so he's got to be pretty careful about the way he wants to approach this. Emilitas, how's it going? Let's go, Faith. Yeah, for sure. It's always a very good time when you see anybody on your squad go for a nice 3-0 victory. So it's really nice to see Windchill coming out. See that Whack-a-Mole Hammer come down in combination with likely just a totem here. Big damage to face. Gonna chip some of that armor away. A 1/1 extra minion as well. Nine mana crystals already for the Druid here. Looks like he is going to opt to hero power and then play a Heart of Cthulhu to get a little bit of chip damage onto this board. Cthulhu in the deck of this Druid is pretty interesting as well. 5-drop's going to come down. That Eye of Cthulhu is going to clean up the rest of the board and deal some extra damage to face. So 2 out of the 4 spells or key components already available for this Druid and this Cthulhu. So Bridge got to look to mount some more pressure here. Gonna add an extra wind chill into the hand. Freeze his own minion. I like the play. Get a discount on some cards in his hand as well. Gonna get an extra minion this turn. And now Guff up to 9 mana crystals out of a possible 11 already. Gaining 1 mana every single turn. There is another crystal here into a nature studies. The body of Cthulhu already being drawn. Wow, this empty grin. Drawing into the useful cards he needs in order to keep this pressure on Bridge here. But a pretty good turn coming up here for Bridge as well. A couple of wind chills in the hand could give a little bit of an extra punch next turn as well. Another 3/4. So Bridge with a pretty surmountable board here. Barring any kind of disaster. And this Cenarian, we're going to give 16 armor and 2 8-cost minions along with a Toe to the Wilds here. Up to 30 HP again. However, this is not that bad for Bridge because he can just freeze both of the big minions here. Buff his larger minion as well. And that Cage Mash Custodian could also draw him a weapon if he so desires, but I think that it is probably just the correct play to just hold hand, hit a totem this turn, and send all of this upstairs. That's a lot of damage. And so Bridge, hefty momentum swing there. Double freeze, managing his resources quite well this time around. Much better than the previous game. Druid going to gain an extra card here rather than a mana crystal. Going to be pretty tough for Druid to find a way to kind of survive this onslaught here. Bridge with a nice solid board state. Cenarian Ward's going to come out to gain some armor, but with no taunt minion coming down, that is going to do it, and Bridge is going to take this game 3. Six more armor coming down. Bridge with 28 damage on board, though, is just going to have plenty of damage to go into the face here. And that is just going to do it. So good stuff to Bridge in game 3 here. He's going to clean up that freeze elemental shaman, give himself the advantage in the series, which is a pretty significant advantage at this point. Going to roll into the final deck that he has to play here. Which will be his own druid into a warlock matchup. So Warlock, typically pretty decent at like recovering board state, and from what I've seen so far today, people seem to be playing relatively the same or something similar when it comes to playing Warlock here. So we kind of know what to expect. Decent draw for Bridge. Tour guy going to come down for the Warlock as he starts tapping away. Both players trading blows over the first couple of turns here. Nothing super unusual or mind-blowing on either side, I guess you could say. But this Warlock appearing to be a Zoo variant, actually. Getting rid of that Nerubian egg and getting an extra 4/4, and already Bridge is in quite a bit of trouble here. Because anytime that Druid is able to kind of lose this board state, it's going to be pretty impactful. Bridge on the back foot here. Down to just 11 HP already. And these token style druid decks do a pretty decent job of, mounting board pressure, but against more mid-range decks, and when they get out aggroed this early on in the game, it's very, very difficult for them to come back. So I unfortunately don't think I see a way out of this for Bridge here. But we'll go to a very quick game 5. Yep, and that is just going to end this game 4 and move into a deciding game 5 for the series and for playoff chances as well. So we're going to move into game 5 here. Bridge in a druid mirror now. Token style druid going up against big druid. Big Cthulhu druid. We have quite the interesting matchup on our hands. No turn 1 play for Bridge, but it's a decent curve moving forward, that's for sure. Decent draw for Bridge as well. It's going to opt to just sit tight this turn. Bridge beginning to start to mount a little bit of this pressure here. Going for a couple of 3-1s as opposed to the 1-3s, just to kind of push a little bit of that extra damage across. However, the Druid's just going to be able to hero power those down. Would like to have maybe seen him go for a couple of 1-3s there and give himself some outs as far as some buffs are concerned. Make the minions a little bit stickier, but I do understand the concept of going for some more early game damage here, especially when Druid is going to take an extra 2 damage there trying to clear off that minion. And now all of a sudden, Bridge in a pretty decent position here. Gonna get a little bit of card draw once those minions on board find a way to bite the dust eventually. Bridge. Got a little bit of time left here before things start swaying in Empty Grin's favor here. That 4 attack and 6 armor is going to mitigate even more damage as well. Bridge running low on cards. Couple of cards in hand here for Bridge. Power of the Wild almost certainly coming down here for some buffs. 7 damage to face, just slowly but surely chipping away. Trying to keep this game within reach. A little bit of time left here. Piece of Cthulhu. I deal a little bit of chip damage to Bridge's board here. Not insignificant in the slightest. So the card generation here is just carrying super, super hard, and that pounce is actually going to take care of the rest of the damage on board as well. So Bridge going to kind of probably surmount his last board that he can muster here before things start getting a little bit risky. And we see this last ditch effort. Bridge is all in on this board here, just hoping that it can stick. He can push forward through this game 5 and get a win in this series. Oh, but we see a nice wheel coming out, and unfortunately, the Devouring Hunger is just going to win the game there. 22-23 Yogg, and Bridge. Unfortunately, not going to have much to say about that. It's just going to rush this minion in, send 4 to the face, and that's just simply not going to be enough damage. And this 22 damage is going to hit really, really hard. Unfortunate. Almost got past losing his entire board there on the spin. However, such is the nature when playing some decks that kind of rely on going all in at times. And the Cenarian Ward is going to add that extra 8-drop minion, including 8 armor. And that is going to all but do it. That's a battleground-sized minion there. Nature Studies is going to come out. Living Seed, rank 2. Going to draw himself a Frostsaber Matriarch. Does play it down. Does preserve his life, technically. However, this is not going to stick long enough. A 3-12 going to make that minion into a 3-3, and Yogg is just going to clean up. So, unfortunately, Bridge is going to drop this series 3 games to 2. Nightly Fae and Clicky both getting 3-0 victories, so that's good to see as well. 2 rounds of Hearthstone left to be played for the day. We're going to kick it to a break. We will be back at the start of round 5. Thanks for watching. Alrighty here, just before we hop back into the action, hope you guys are all sitting tight. Just wanted to mention one last time here, if you guys want to, hold your phone up to that nice little QR code that you see on the screen right now. It'll lead you to our eTeam sponsor page. If you're looking to support the program financially, you can go ahead and give that code a little scan. It'll ask you if you want to donate to the program. Any and all support is appreciated. Of course, you're not obligated to. We appreciate you guys just hanging out in the stream, and if you like the content, you like watching us compete, you like all the stuff that you see, go ahead and toss the stream a follow, and we will transition then back on into some Hearthstone action here with Mr. Clicky himself, who is up against what appears to be a mage with his face hunter here. So, both Nightly Fae and Bridge getting started with their games as well. We'll keep tabs on them as we move forward throughout the rest of the competition here. So, in this matchup here specifically, the mage typically has a tough time dealing with a lot of pressure that Hunter can mount. Hunter very good at dealing a lot of damage very quickly, and Mage doesn't have access to a whole lot of really solid healing options. So you see Clicky just throwing down cards and just trying to push the damage early on. Especially if this is a burn mage, and burn mages want that damage to go face and don't really want to expend the resources that they have to, go into some minions. So it'll be interesting to see. That fire sale obviously is going to be one of the smaller removal tools that he has. He's going to clean up things on the board here. So, Clicky, just continuing here, just to play cards down and trying to push as much damage as he possibly can here. This mage down to just 19 HP now. Nice Dalaran Flame card back his opponent has. You get that through playing through Tespa. I suppose Clicky has it as well. Yeah. Good old Tespa. Rest in peace. Brain Freeze is going to come out onto the 2-1 here. Just take care of it on board in general. Second Flame created from the first Flame also going to come out. And a second Brain Freeze already. So this mage already has like some fantastic removal. And Clicky already in a bit of a precarious situation here. Mage still at 19, which is relatively healthy for the most part. Looks like he's just going to start tunneling this damage face and hope that he can close this game out here in the next couple of turns. He's down to 11 now. Hunter's got a lot of really good burn in the deck as well. So effectively, you can kind of avoid some of the healing tools that Mage has. Ice Barrier being the main one, because, I mean, you don't technically have to attack face. You can use your Rhino to train up a minions, get some extra chip damage as well. You can just do burn to face, and then, of course, you also have the hero power as well. So, down to just 11 HP. This 2-1's probably going to get pinged off, and we'll see a value trade here. More than likely. It's going to trade that second fire sale back. Mage recognizing that they don't really need to expend some cards and resources on removal when the Hunter doesn't have any cards in hand. So we shall see how this plays out. Bridge closing in ever so slowly on victory against his rogue opponent. Nightly Fae deadlocked in a Shaman Mirror at the moment as well. So Burn's going to come out onto the 1-1 here. And Rinling's Rifle is actually a pretty decent draw here for Clicky. He's going to get some extra chip damage to the face. He's also going to get access to a secret as well. And that hero power is going to chip him down even further, just 7 HP now. Clicky sitting in a nice healthy 30. That secret is going to pop that spell back into the hand, that refreshing spring water. Going to get 2 mana crystals and 2 cards drawn as well. We're going to start off with Primordial Studies. Nice little discover technique. Mage looking for any kind of sort of stall, any kind of armor, healing, anything of the sort. Some more discovery here as well. Clicky with some pretty good top deck options to kind of end this game here. Also, a quick update, Bridge has won his game 1. So that's very good news after dropping a nice played series last time. Unfortunately, he lost his last series 3-2, so it's nice to see him bounce back with a victory here. Clicky needing just 3 damage from his deck here, which Face Hunter is more than capable of doing, that's for sure. Some more spell reduction, and that's unfortunately not going to be quite the card that he's looking for here. Open the cages could actually not be worthwhile here with no access to minions. Explosive Trap could make things difficult for the mage as well, just because that 2 extra damage does go face. But Clicky going to opt for an Ice Trap here, and he's just going to play down the weapon for next turn. So Clicky has lethal on board, technically, with his hero power and his weapon. It's just a matter of whether or not this mage is going to have access to the tools that it needs here to get out of here. So this Primordial Study is effectively going to cost him 3 mana here. Lab Partner, all of the spell damage coming down. This could be risky territory for Clicky. Cram Session obviously going to come in. I imagine this is a Mizaki OTK mage, perhaps, or some sort of Mizaki burn mage. And you see the Master Duelist come down here. 0 mana is going to refresh that, all of the spell damage. There's a lot of mana here, some AI, and I believe that Clicky is probably just dead here, to be honest, from 27. 9 burn damage coming in here, plus another 10 here, I imagine. And some extra damage here as well. So Clicky, unfortunately, can't draw into his useful card that last turn. Had a multitude of cards that he could have got in to get that extra 3 damage in, but unfortunately he's not going to get there, and he's going to drop his game 1. So on the other side of things, it looks like Nightly Faye, her first game has concluded. I'm not sure exactly who won the game. We'll stick with Clicky here, and we will see what the matchup is this time around. All right. So it looks like we're going to have the same hunter into its demon brethren here. Demon Hunter plays a wide variety of different archetypes. Ranging from large-scale demon hunters with big minions to more aggressive demon hunters to OTK variants. Demon Hunter really just does it all. Looks like Clicky's just going to buff the single minion he has on board. Push a little extra damage here. Did I just miss something? Hold on. A double buff onto the 5/7 perhaps, and Clicky apologizing to his teammate, or to his competitor here. Clicky, bad, hello. How's it going, Absent Charlos? Hope you're having a great night. Thanks for tuning in and watching the stream. excited for a little Smash matchup this next week. I'm going to have to check in and see exactly who our opponents are for this week. I'm very interested to see who we will be running in against. I could probably actually find that on the side. Looks like Clicky is doing wonders here with this lineup that he has. Already has mounted a pretty good board state overall. Can about imagine this is exactly what he's looking for his turn as well. So Clicky, 4 cards on board here, debating on what he wants to do here. Doesn't want to overcommit too much. Nightly Fae sitting in some rough territory. Bridge looks like is doing exceptionally well in his matchup against the Rogue. Looks like he's going to get his second win here. Clicky just pushing this extra damage face as well. All right, I'm going to go ahead and check out some potential opponents for Smash this week as well. So, Clicky, with a board of 6 identical minions rushing in that damage every single turn, the Demon Hunter with very little ability to answer all these spells. So unfortunately gonna lose out on a little bit of a value touch here, but cards are getting shuffled back into the deck here. Bridge is gonna win his second game, by the way. Clicky with 11 damage on board. More than enough to boot here. That is just going to represent lethal. With combination of that spell buff, we have some exact lethal on board, and Clicky is going to take game 2 and even this series up 1-1. Let's go ahead and check in with Nightly Fae and see how things are going over here. It looked like she has closed the gap here, but unfortunately just isn't quite going to get enough to push over the top. Appears that Bridges' game has ended as well. I believe that he was unable to win his second game here. So I believe that series is knotted up 1-1 as well. So, after that rough game here, he's going to transition back into another game here. Let's go ahead and check back in with Clicky here. Bridge is just getting queued up for his game. Nightly Fae having a bit of a tough time so far. But she's going to be hopping into game 3 as well here. One of the rolling hot dog. Having a rolling hot dog machine down in the lair would actually be pretty sick, I'm not going to lie. BVU Smash Navy are our opponents this week. Let's take a see here. Currently sitting at 1 and 2. However, let's pop back into some Hearthstone action here. Clicky with a decent board state against this Demon Hunter to begin with. Really wants to surmount a lot of early game pressure here against Demon Hunter, especially. If he can find a way to convert this board into some pretty meaningful buffs early on, he'll just kind of cruise to victory here, I imagine, barring any kind of big clear from the Demon Hunter here. So he's going to opt to go for some more HP on this 1-3, which I think is definitely the correct decision. So, Demon Hunter, very good at drawing cards. That Outcast mechanic playing a pretty big role here. Acrobatic's going to come out. Momentum has been gained. Close the portal, comes out now. And Clicky, gonna start off with that Glowfly Swarm. Nice little board to boot here. It's gonna have to find a way to keep some buffs onto them. He really wants to keep intact here. Demon Hunter, pretty good at some small clears. Individual target removal is not totally absent. Also on the side of things, it appears that Bridge is going to drop his his third game now, I believe. I'm just keeping an eye on that for the time being. See how that series shakes up. So that Fellscream Blast is going to take care of a good chunk of this board. Glide as well. It's going to play a pretty big role, honestly. Okay, I was going to say, if Clicky doesn't draw the coin back in this turn, it's going to be pretty unfortunate for him if he has to draw it back. See, this turn I think is a very, very obvious coin into Power of the Wild into Arbor up. So Bridge loses his first game of the series, so he's currently up 2-1. And now Clicky with finally a pretty threatening board here. However, he needs to avoid a clear this next turn if he wants to keep this working in his favor. Nightly Fae, unfortunately, is going to drop her third game here. I'll keep an eye and see how her series finishes out. It appears that Nightly Fae is going to drop her series, I believe, with a score of 1-3 or 0-3. Not positive. But good stuff to her. Glad that she's getting the experience in for the day. Look forward to seeing more of her games in the future and keeping her on stream a little bit as well. So we'll kick things back over to Clicky here, who has some decent answers in hand, but this Demon Hunter being back at for 30 HP is a bit of an unfortunate circumstance, I would say. However, Clicky able to kind of flood the board just a little bit more here. And perhaps a bit of a blunder there from Clicky. I'm not sure exactly what happened. But a little bit of a sequencing there. Acrobatics coming down for this Demon Hunter. 15 damage represented on board for Clicky. Down to 11, but that Tiger is going to represent a nice little bit of rush damage. It's just going to go face here. Nature Studies, great pickup. Pride's Fury or Power of the Wild, both pretty decent options. Looks like Pride's Fury wants that bigger buff for just a little bit more mana. This Rush Minion is going to come down, turn it into a nice 4/4. And now Clicky's just going to start tunneling face and hope that this board sticks long enough to get him through. Pretty sticky board, though, all things considered for this Druid here. 7, 6, 8 health is kind of an awkward number for this Demon Hunter to want to deal with. Double jump start here. Draw a card. Another card going to be drawn for free. So much card draw for Demon Hunter, and cheap card draw if in the right situation as well. Illidari Study is going to come down. Nice little discover mechanic. Still 9 mana for Aiden here. Clicky with no cards in hand, but a menacing board. And 3 draws pending a clear here. Trade coming out. Another trade as well. Lots of interactions happening from the Demon Hunter, but yet no super reliable clear or anything to do about this board in front of him just yet. As each card is played, Clicky more and more of a chance here. Rope is burning. All that spell damage could play in combination with a clear here. I just don't think it's going to be enough damage. Sequencing has to be on point here. 3 damage to minions twice actually is going to be enough to push through here. So Clicky's going to draw 3 cards, but a very efficient turn and good clear by Aiden there to keep himself into the game. Clicky's got to feel a bit sad about that. However, I'm going to have a nice reload here nonetheless with 2, 4, 5 taunts in combination with a 2/4, and you can about imagine Clicky's got to feel pretty good about his spot now after seeing so much removal come out. The chances of this Demon Hunter being able to bring this thing back again and clear yet again seems a bit unlikely. Clicky checking some deck lists here. Oh, perhaps this is the Demon Hunter OTK deck. It's going to have to just go in on whatever resources he has right now to try and make this work. Or perhaps just trying to get enough lifesteal here in order to push themselves back up out of kill range. Bridge, I believe, popping into game 5 of his set, perhaps. Game 4 or 5. Demon Hunter has no mana left. I believe that is just going to be it. So, good stuff to Clicky there. I'm not sure if that's exactly the end of the series or not. It appears not. I believe Clicky is now up 2-0 or 2-1 in his series. Bridges series is in game 5 yet again, so we'll go ahead and check in with him and we'll watch this game here. Bridge facing his second Game 5 in his last 2 sets. Was unable to win last set. Really looking forward to trying to make a change here. Reverse his fortunes a little bit. Swashbuckler coming down for the rogue here. Nothing too crazy just yet. A rogue mirror for Game 5. It's going to be quite the interesting scenario. Rogue doing a good job of taking a little bit of momentum away from Bridge here in the early game. Not the greatest hand that he'll be looking for. Bridge evaluating his options a little bit here. Just 3 mana, still early on. No definitive lead just yet, although feeling a lot of the pressure so far from this opposing rogue. Tempo is so important in these matchups. Clicky on the other side of things in an even game when a Warlock mirror as well. Bridge going to be able to clear off one of these 3/3s here and mitigate some damage. As I said before, you know, this really comes down to who is going to take the tempo away early on in the game, and it seems that Bridge's Rogue is more equipped to beating some mid-rangey slower decks, and this Rogue from Zero definitely more equipped to playing a more aggressive style, likes to play a lot more minions, and already has Bridge down to just 20 HP. Rogue's characteristically not a very good class when it comes to healing damage. And that damage is stacking up quite quickly. Bridge has lost half of his HP already. Swan Thief coming back, perhaps just looking for burn. Which could be very useful in closing this game out for Zero here. Let's hope that Bridge gets something good enough here. The Bleed's going to come out and deal 2 damage, but man, it's just 2 damage though. It's so hard to think that maybe Bridge's Rogue here is just not quite equipped at dealing with a lot of this pressure. He's just going to discover some more spells here. Can clear off the 3/3 this turn. He probably has to. And it's going to take a nice little chip punch here at Grebo as well. Lots of burn damage, but also facing down 6 damage just on board. There's a discarded minion there. Ignite's going to come out from Zero here, give an extra 2 damage chip. Swashbuckler. Would have liked to maybe see Swashbuckler first there. I wonder if that actually works with the dagger and makes it a 2/1 or not. I imagine it probably doesn't, but now Bridge just sitting at 8 HP, just a few too many turns away from making any kind of meaningful play here. He's got loads and loads of burn in hand. That's, 4, 8, 14. He's got 19 damage if he had like 1 extra mana and not a taunt in the way. So not super insignificant when it comes to, you know, the amount of damage that he's facing. However, oh, and giving your hero stealth would have been so good, but unfortunately, that is just going to represent lethal for 0, and Bridge is going to drop his second game 5 in a row, which feels very unfortunate, but good stuff to him nonetheless. Can tell that he's playing pretty well, and hope that things maintain consistency for him and he's able to keep improving. So, one round of Hearthstone left after this for the day. We're checking back in with Clicky here, who still appears to be deadlocked in this Warlock mirror with Aiden. Clicky checking some deck lists, trying to gather as much information as he can. Just 6 mana here, no threat to dying just yet. A couple of 3 mana flesh giants could be the play here. So this is a pretty key point in the game here where Clicky has decided, you know what, it's time for me to surmount a little bit of pressure here. We've been stagnating for quite a while. I'm going to stick 2 big minions here and see what I can do with it. Looks like this tour guide's going to bump into it. And it appears that Aiden might have a pretty useful clear on his hands here. Gets a little bit of chip damage from Full Blown Evil. Going to rock with it again. And Full Blown Evil is going to just clear off both giants here. Pretty effective clear, but using 3 cards there just to get rid of those 2 giants. So expending the resources on the side of Aiden. But Clicky, nothing really super proactive that he can do in his hand here, but finally gets that quest progressed just a little bit more. Pop down a rush minion here if he wants. One of these Goldshire Knolls. Debating on whether or not he needs to use it. These mirror matches, especially when it's more of a slower mirror match and it's a value mirror match, you really got to focus on how you're playing your resources. You don't want to be super committal with them, but you also want to create a large enough board state and a large enough state of pressure where your opponent feels like they have to deal with it. So it's kind of this delicate back and forth that you really got to be careful with. So far, Clicky definitely playing the more aggressive role here. But we will see how things progress towards the end. Dreadlich coming down for Aiden. Going to deal 3 damage to this board. Not quite going to clear off the minions, though. 11 damage still represented for Clicky here. The deck difference and fatigue also kind of something to think about as well. Tour guide coming down. A bit of a missed opportunity there, I think. The hero power is already 0. Another full-blown evil is going to clear off the rest of this board as well. So Rift is going to get shoved into the deck for Aiden. Clicky with a few different options of his own here. Going to further that quest completion. Going to have a nice 5-cost 7/7 here. I'm not sure exactly what the description of this card is. So I'm doing a little bit of research here in the meantime. We have a 5-cost minion, correct? Legendary 5. My apologies for not knowing the mechanics of the card. Looks like Clicky's opponent had an unfortunate disconnect here for a second, so they're going to sit tight for a second and see what they can do. Looks like he's going to come back. The Humongous Owl is going to come down here. Let's go ahead and check out Hearthstone or HS Replay. Great resource, honestly, if you are looking to learn more about the meta with Hearthstone, looking to learn more about what you can do to elevate your level of gameplay, what decks are in the meta at the moment, among other things here. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a nice little check. I'm guessing this is a Quest Hand Warlock, perhaps. So, few options here for Clicky, trying to surmount a little bit of pressure here, down to just 13 HP. The card's name is Blightborn Tamsin. So for the rest of the game, damage you take on your turn damages your opponent instead, which is actually a very, very interesting mechanic. So now actually, Clicky wants to kind of just burn through the rest of his deck here and start fatiguing his opponent, which is a very interesting mechanic and a very interesting thing to do indeed. Couple of more imps up to just 18 health. And now Clicky can just play cards that are meant to draw from his own deck, which will fatigue his opponent and ultimately should win the game for him. However, still plenty of damage left to be done here from his opponent. These Fel Rifts effectively should be able to trade up with one another. Soul Fragment. It's honestly pretty good news that these Soul Fragments are coming in while he's still sitting at 30 HP for Clicky. However, he has to avoid the damage that is going to be imposed by Aiden and his Warlock deck here. Morg Artificer coming down. Going to deal 4 damage to all enemy minions. Going to trade back for some more Rifts. And it appears that Aiden's board is just going to get filled with some of these Rift Imps here. Fatigue is going to deal 1 damage to his opponent. So some math and some calculations are going to have to get done here by Clicky. And a miscalculation there from Clicky as well. His hand is full. Tried to shuffle a card into his deck, but didn't realize that his hand was full. And now he won't get that extra fatigue damage. Soul Rend is going to come out for 10 damage here. An Immortal Coil himself, try and further this along. 2 damage. Now Clicky with very little access to a whole lot of left in his hand here. He's going to have like one or two more effective clears, but a big blunder there. It's going to get an extra tick of fatigue that might prove to be a bit of a difference maker here. Blood Mage Thalanos coming down. Gonna clear off the board here. Deal 8 damage to the face twice, 3 times, and that appears to be what the point of the deck is. So Clicky is gonna drop this game, unfortunately. So hindsight, the blunder there at the end didn't matter much, but just not quite enough time to close out that game there. So Clicky relaunching his game. I think that they're going to be transitioning into a game 5 in this series. We'll sit tight until we see more information here. So, Clicky and his opponent going to transition into a final game here. Exchanging some well wishes with his opponent, commending each other for their play. Always nice to see. And we will have a game 5, I believe, situation here between Clicky and his Warlock against this Demon Hunter from Aiden. So, Clicky obviously trying to mount some early pressure with some Knolls, take some extra damage, get his Flush Giants out early and often, get some meaningful chip damage into the face, and then ultimately has the late game push strategy in case the game goes that far. On the side of Aiden, not sure exactly what Demon Hunter variant this is. Could be some sort of OTK variant. So Clicky is going to have to really keep this in mind as he moves forward. Let's go ahead and maybe check out HS Replay and take a look at maybe some of the matchups here. I believe this could be considered Warlock. Quest Hand Warlock, I would say. Yes, a Quest Hand Warlock. Matchups with Demon Hunters. Does pretty well against Big Demon Hunter, Quest Lifesteal Demon Hunter, and Soul Demon Hunter. Does not do as well against Death Rattle Demon Hunter or Fell Demon Hunter, which I don't believe his opponent is playing. So, I believe that this matchup should be relatively in Clicky's favor here. However, with that being said, percentages are just a baseline, and it definitely depends on how each player decides to play and what they choose to do moving forward. So, Flesh Giant coming into the hand for Clicky already. It's a very big draw. One of those gold chair knolls would be a great pickup as well. Both players. Now Clicky. Unfortunate circumstance there. Spent his life total trying to gather that hand and get it close to being as full as possible. Now really has to redraw some of those cards and effectively has been taking a lot of damage for very little benefit, I guess you could say. So he's going to try and mitigate some of this damage here in the mid game as we transition into like turn 5, 6, and 7 here, and try to draw into some of those threats that he just had, namely the Flesh Giants and the Gold Shower Knolls. Very little action here so far in this game. Both players kind of sort of piloting their decks, mitigating their risks. Clicky trying to figure out the direction he wants to take things this turn. Decides just to tempo the 3-3, which is not a bad play. Sometimes you have to play this system of whether or not you want to go for tempo or if you want to go for value. Value obviously means holding on to the card until they get the absolute most benefit that you can out of them. Tempo means just trying to take control of the game early on and keep control in your favor. So this 3-3 is a good example where, you know, it could, with its effect, mitigate some lifesteal, get some removal. However, on an empty board state, it's not the greatest option in the world, but, you know, Clicky sees it as an opportunity. It's like, I'm just going to get this minion down, maybe get a punch or two in with it, and it effectively does the same thing for me. So I'm going to just try and get this minion down here. Unfortunately, it's going to get removed, so just trying to mitigate some of that lifesteal there. Clicky picks up one Flesh Giant. If he draws the other, it would be huge here. Does not quite get it, though. One Flesh Giant. Seems a pretty good amount of pressure here. Would be nice if he had the other. Decides just to drop a singular Flesh Giant, singular 8/8. Even gets one swing in here. It'll be pretty significant. Demon Slayer Kirchhoff's coming down. Both players. That one damage going to go up to the face. And Clicky with a full health 8/8 here. But staring down Kirchhoff, who has just discounted the entire deck. Dreadlish Tasman picked up. Few different ways that Clicky can play this. Would love to send this 8/8 upstairs and get some nice damage into face, but can't really ignore the 7/7 here with how much damage he's facing in. Complete the ritual has been finished. Gonna get a little bit of that lifesteal back. Hand has now been fully juiced, so to speak. And now Clicky's just going to hedge his bets and hope that his opponent does not have the remaining 9 damage that he needs to finish the game here. Can't really afford to play this otherwise. Outcast. Spectral Sight going to start the turn here. Peddler's going to get traded away. Waiting with bated breath. Oh, he decides to trade, which suggests that perhaps Aiden does not have the damage he needs to push through, which is good news for Clicky. Going to effectively clear this off regardless. Glide's going to come in once again. Clicky losing a lot of the value that he had. But now only 4 cards in the hand of Aiden as well. Tasman Rome picked up. Clicky's going to Mortal Coil his own minion here. A pretty unfortunate circumstance for him right now. Going to tempo out that 3/3 for some more heal. It was really unfortunate that that last board couldn't stick for Clicky. Looked like he was in a really favorable position there for a moment. Unfortunately, not quite enough push right now. Tasman Rome, good card for some healing purposes. But now Clicky has to be in a position where he can't really afford to take much longer here to end this game. Immolation Aura is going to come out, and it looks like his opponent is just going to tank this extra 3 damage, valuing all the cards in their hand, going down to just 14 HP. Clicky is just going to have to place down a single 6/6 taunt. However, if this minion manages to stick and the combo does not come out and Clicky survives, but with Il'gynoth coming down, you can imagine that this game is going to end now. Guild Trader coming down as well, giving more spell damage, extra spell damage, and that 18 damage to face is going to do it there for Aiden. A 7 mana combo with those discounts and that sort of thing. So great series nonetheless. Can't hang your hat on it. We'll transition back into a break here. We'll be back with the final round of the day momentarily. Thanks for watching. See you in a bit.